right here in Louisville, Kentucky. It's a few minutes past 1, but we are ready to get started here in Broadbent with your Junior American Aberdeen show. Again, we're ready for that first class of Junior Aberdeens making their way into the ring, as well as our first class of F1 females over in your Black Hereford show. Again, we're ready for those first couple classes to be making their way into the ring. And again, we will be starting with your Junior Black Hereford show over here on the left side of the ring, and then your Junior Aberdeen show on the right side. And then we'll follow both shows with the open shows.
Good afternoon. Nice way to get the Black Hereford show started, and again, an extremely high quality one. You talk about one that's built the right way and has the right start. Good feet and legs. Love the body shape of this female. Still ample in terms of the amount of width and muscle she has, but I think why I like her the best, just so much presence and neatness to that one, whether she's standing or going. Very, very nice one to kick off this show with.
And over in your Black Hereford Junior show, placings in Class 1 F1 females are as followed. First place goes to entry number 50, SKLN Beautiful Eva 2501, exhibited by Rory Burney of Catstad, Ohio. Congratulations to that exhibitor. Now in the ring is Class 2 F1 Black Hereford females. Again, entering the ring now is Class 2 F1 Black Hereford females. And over in your Black Hereford show, would like to take this time to introduce your judge here on the Green Shavings this afternoon, Mr. Brandon Callis of Minco, Oklahoma. He is a 2005 grad of Texas A&M and has a Master's of Animal Breeding and Genetics from Kansas State. He's currently a professor at Redlands Community College, where he owns and operates BKC Livestock with his wife Kelly and 3 kids, where they run their cattle herd there. He has been blessed to short shows in over 30 states and 3 countries, and he's always feels blessed to be asked to short livestock shows, especially here on the Green Shavings. If you could join me in giving Mr. Brandon Callis a big round of applause for being here with us.
Another very quality class that we have here, and 2 females. I think that both cover the basics well. I think both these cattle are awesome in just their body shape. I think both these cattle have the right kind of hip and smoothness in terms of muscle pattern. I think the difference is just a little more neatness of look and prettiness and profile to this heifer we're going to start off with. A little better in terms of her head shape and thinner and more feminine up there. Still progressively widens as we go to the rear part of her skeleton. Still steps and goes, I think, in an adequate enough manner. If you can get critical on that heifer, I like to tow her head just a little truer up front. She can get just a touch more upright in her shoulder, but still a neat heifer. Heavier bone, bigger footed one probably here that comes next and second. Again, love her smoothness, still good and long out of her hip. A little coarser about her shoulder, a little crestier about that neck. She, too, we could rotate her just a little more correctly up front, but that's 2 really good heifers here within this class.
And placings in Class 2 over in your F1 Black Hereford show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 52, Purple HB Abani Iris, 76N, exhibited by Sammy Neff of Onaqua, Wisconsin. Second place in that class goes to entry number 54, DAV 7077, Tamika Jean, exhibited by Ann Kate Davis of Linville, Tennessee. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 3 over in your F1 Black Hereford female show. Would like to take this time to introduce your Aberdeen judge for this afternoon. Over in your right side of your ring, Mr. Tar Tutt. Tar is from Faribault, Minnesota, and is a graduate of Texas A&M University, where he competed on the nationally recognized livestock judging team that earned reserve national champion honors. He was also named the Collegiate Coaches Association All-American team. Before Texas A&M, Tar judged at Butler Community College, where his team won a national championship and was named Co-Team of the Year. He's passing for livestock began early, showing Red Angus and Hereford cattle. He went on to serve on the national junior boards of both the Red Angus and Hereford associations. Retiring as the chairman of the National Junior Hereford Association, Tar also coached the Coralville County 4-H livestock judging team. He now works as a territory manager for Merck Animal Health in Texas and plans to pursue a PhD in youth leadership and development for amazing and strategic leadership. If you could join me in giving Mr. Tartut a round of applause for being here on the Green Shavings.
I think a very good class, deep class. You could do a lot of different things with these five. It just kind of how I see them in terms of structure, agility, correctness, and bringing some good cow power and width. I think this young guy's heifer probably does the best of that for me. And still compositionally, I like where she is. She's one that's got enough to her, but yet there's not a lot of excess condition to that female. So square and good out of her hip. Good in terms of her foot and bone work, just so much sounder up front and the angle of her shoulder, the placement of her knee. When he gets her head up and out of her as well, she gives you the right kind of look. Just really smooth, problem-free type cattle. If this one's just better in her knee and her shoulder, she wants to get just a little more upright, we'll probably switch those two, because much like the one she brought in the last class, that's a neat looking one that's good and square out of her hip. Just has a quality presence to her. Body shape's really good. I tend to be critical on front skeletons. She's just a little far gone for me in terms of just her straightness up front. Want to relax that. A deep-sided one here that's still pretty comfortable in her stride. Just want to open that heifer up quite a bit more, give her a little more width, particularly right there behind her shoulder over her top. Probably as much potential as any is the heifer that comes here next. She's so good in terms of her rear skeleton. Her look and silhouette is nice. Underneath the good hair there today, she's probably the greenest one in here. Hits me as just a little narrow all the way through, but in time, I think that one comes awfully competitive. This heifer here is still very good. Her basics are good. Her body shape, she's probably the stoutest, to the point that it causes her a little bit of trouble up front. She's got a little more shoulder. Want to see her sit down just a little more comfortably on her feet, but that's still a quality female in a deep class. A really nice set of them all the way through 1 through 5.
And placings in Class 3 over in your F1 Hereford female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 57, K&K CD N84-1, exhibited by Kaysen Cruz of Linville, Indiana. Second place in that class goes to entry number 55, Sammy PPHBLCK 8017 Dolly, exhibited by Sammy Neff of Onaqua, Wisconsin. And third place in that class goes to entry number 1, 3C's SFF1 Gucci Queen, exhibited by Mac Murray of Watts, Oklahoma. Fourth place goes to entry number 56, Averie CDE Miss, exhibited by Avery Flanagan of Admore, Oklahoma. Fifth place in that class goes to entry number 58, exhibited by Landon Ellison of Lexington, Alabama. Now in the ring is Class 4 over in your F1 Black Hereford female show.
Another good class. I'm going to leave these three just like they came in here and use this one here up front. You know, all three of these heifers, when you get in behind them, have pin width and boldness over their back, but this one still comes with a little extra power and shape, just carries it down low a little better. Her boldness of body is still good, and then there's still more balance and proportion to that heifer and the way things blend together. She's got just a nickel of coarseness in her shoulder. You can modify the design of her hind leg just a little bit, but again, a powerful, broody female that's still functional, got enough balance to her. I got a lot of give and take between these next two. For me, there's just a little more foot and bone, and then when we get these going, to me, she's longer out of her rear step, a little longer sided in general. You like to tone her down in her tail head, maybe soften her in her flank just a touch, but at this age, she's growing. I can understand that, but still one I love the smoothness of and the look of. I love the head shape, the thinness of neck of this heifer we have here in third. And again, when you get right on top of her, her boldness is still very, very good. A little frailer at the ground, a little more upright in her knee and her shoulder for me. Probably even though she has enough width up high, she just wants to flatten down low a touch more for what I personally like. But that's still a very good female in terms of femininity and still doing all the right things. Tough trio here in this class.
And placings over in your Black Hereford F1 female show are as follow for Class 4. First place goes to entry number 60, MCS Sky 124, exhibited by Emily Tabor of Garfield, Kentucky. Second place in Class 4 goes to entry number 64, YFNCC Miss Sadie, exhibited by Cosby Baum of Norman, Indiana. Third place in that class goes to entry number 65, 3C's MO52 of Hunting Launch, exhibited by Wheeler Allen of Lexington, Alabama. Now entering the ring is Class 5 over in your F1 Black Hereford female show.
I think another nice pair of cattle here. Again, we're going to leave these like they came in. The young guy here pulling his around is going to be our winner. Again, both these cattle, I think, are functional in their structure. Both these cattle have some rib cage to them. There's just more here in this particular female. More volume, more hip, more bone, and still functions with it. Still carries it around, I think, in a loose and comfortable manner here as well. She's not as sleek in her chest, neck, and throat as what the heifer here in second is, but at the same time, she comes with just more lower body and more stoutness to her, so it kind of goes hand in hand. Again, a little really good shouldered one here, really good in her top line. I love how length of her hip, the strength of her spine, and again, her boldness is good. You wish you accommodated that with just a little more softness and width down low as she leaves you compared to your class winner. But again, two good heifers here represent this class.
And over in your F1 female show, placings in Class 5 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 67, TCC AVT Miss Boom Boom, exhibited by Rowan Langley of Camp Hill, Alabama. And second place in that class will go to entry number 68, BLZ Catherine DVG, exhibited by Wheeler Allen of Lexington, Alabama. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 6 in your F1 Black Hereford female show.
Got a solid single entry here. Again, very, very broody. This one opens up well. Like her footwork and the squareness, all 4 feet point the right direction. Shoulder angle sets in there the right way, and she's very comfortable as she moves. You couldn't get on that heifer at all. She starts to put on her condition, maybe in not the most feminine way. We could clean her up and tidy her up in her chest and neck and maybe her pones, but at the same time, she's an easy doing heifer that has some constitution and volume about her and still sets and goes well. So very competitive single entry here within this class.
And first place in Class 6 over in your F1 female show goes to entry number 71, YCJCC Sissy, exhibited by Claire Young of Norman, Indiana. Congratulations to that exhibitor. Now in the ring is Class 7 of your F1 Black Hereford female show.
I think another really good single entry here. Again, an awesome pair. The the cow has the right kind of body and hip and stoutness. There's some chest width and width as it goes all the way back. Her heaviness of structure is still good, but yet as she walks around here, you can kind of tell she sets and goes there in the correct way. There's some proportion to her. You could strengthen her up in her spine. You could maybe take a little bit of the set out of her hind leg just from attractiveness standpoint. I like where her udder sits and ties into her underline in a very good way. You could maybe make her a little more uniform in terms of the teat length there, but still one that obviously is doing a nice job with a calf that's got the right kind of start in terms of structure and some shape there. Young one, but still you can see there's some good there. So this is a neat pair here to represent this class.
And first place in Class 7 over in your F1 female show goes to entry number 73, DAV 7077 Buttercup, exhibited by Anna Kate Davis of Linville, Tennessee. Congratulations. Now making her way into the ring is Class 9 over in your F1 Black Hereford female show. Again, entering the ring now is Class 9.
Got another stout single entry here. Our boldness of body is very, very good. Some actual true skeletal width when you get in behind her and study her. Boldness up top is nice as well. So just a real broody one from one end to the other. Again, you'd like to just trim her up maybe, make her a shot more feminine just in terms of her look and her crest and her lower chest and neck. I like the size of her teeth, but you'd space them out, just being critical of her. But man, that's a stout husky one here. Still handles her structure in an adequate manner. Again, another competitive female here in our F1 show.
And first place in Class 9 over in your F1 female show goes to entry number 74, BLZ Missy, exhibited by Jake Cox of Haskell, Oklahoma. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready to select your grand champion F1 female over in your Black Hereford show. Again, we're ready to select your grand champion F1 female here in Broadbent Arena. And we're now ready to start your Junior Aberdeen show, American Aberdeen show, right here in Broadbent Arena, again with Class 120, your full-blood spring heifer calves. Again, now in the ring is Class 120 full-blood spring heifer calves over in your Junior American Aberdeen show. And placings over in Class 120 in your American Aberdeen show. First place goes entry number 3, Nefarious, exhibited by Remington Card. Congratulations. Second place goes to entry number 1, Name Maced, exhibited by Remington Card as well. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 122 full-blood junior heifer calves.
Really nice set of these F1s, and again, maybe didn't want to talk all of them, but it's tough enough. Some things to consider. I'll go through them real quickly. This young one here, the that started us off. Again, she set the standard pretty high for the rest of the show. Just her skeleton, her goodness of build, her squareness of build, her correctness of feet and legs is all very, very good. And still one at this age, the body shape is good, their squareness in her hip, just her balance and symmetry makes it real hard just to not like that heifer. Puts a lot of good together. If you're just being honest, you just got to ask yourself, again, me not being one that loves to use baby calves or anything, but that one, does she continue to progress as she gets older? Because, man, she's got a lot right now. She's definitely in the hunt and in consideration because, man, there's probably not one built like her structurally amongst this lineup that still blends that kind of quality together, just depending on what you want to do, guess, in the future. Really, maybe one of the neater looking ones is the one that comes here next. She is so neat in terms of her head and neck, but yet still has body dimension, still has squareness of hip. Like I talked about, you could maybe make her a little more ideal in her shoulder angle. She gets just a little rock forward, want to change the shape of her hop. Female we have here, really good on her feet and legs. You talk about flexible, good jointed, length of body's good, squareness and shape and natural thickness is all very good. Maybe doesn't hit you as soft and deep as cattle on either side of her, but still one you just love. The build of that one continues to get better every day. It's maybe one of the stouter ones in the lineup comes next. She is opened up. She is bold from one end to the other. At the same time, just a notch coarser around her there up front. Maybe her two and her hind leg set, maybe not as attractive. A bigger, stouter heifer the young guy's got here. He's got his game face back on when he pulls her out here. He's getting her even more stuck than he was earlier. I love this one's symmetry. I love her width. I like her density, but yet she's still smooth in the way things go together. I like her on the move as well. Again, we talked about her not being as tidy in her throat and base of her chest there, but I think her thinness of her neck is still good. I love her broodiness and still her soundness, a lot of function and quality to her skeleton. Big-bodied one here, just starting to push a little more condition in unfavorable ways in terms of taking away from her look, but a lot of function. The cow here jumps out to you as well. That one's opened up, and she's dense, and she's very, very bold there as well. Doing a nice job with her calf. Just got to ask yourself, is she unique enough off either end? She gets just a little plainer, maybe in her hind leg set. Got plenty up front in terms of base width, but, man, a solid one from there on back in terms of just width and substance. Just got to see if she's special enough in terms of her structure. Then a bold one we have here that's really, really opened up and really, really stout. Just want to refine her and make her a shot more feminine or add just a little more lower body to her just to balance her out that much more. So really a nice set of them. There's two or three of them I go back and forth on. One of them is just simply my favorite. I'm not sure how else to put it, though. Young guy at the front of the line with the single entry calf. She's going to be our champion here within this division. Young guy here in his fifth class right here in front of me. He's going to end up being our reserve. So nice set of them. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause.
And catching you up over in your Junior American Aberdeen show, placings in 122. First place goes to entry number 2, LLC Noble Heart, exhibited by Alicia Lee. Congratulations. And your Junior Heifer Calf Division champion will go to entry number 3, NE Nefarious, exhibited by Remington Card. And your Reserve Division heifer will go to entry number 1, NE Nasmast, exhibited by Remington Card. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready for Class 125 of your full-blood senior heifer calves. Again, we're ready for Class 125 full-blood senior heifer calves over in your American Aberdeen show. And over in your Black Hereford show, your F1 Grand Champion female will go to entry number 50, SKLN Beautiful Eve, exhibited by Roy Burney of Casdad, Ohio. And your Reserve Grand Champion F1 female will go to entry number 61, entry number 67, TCCAVT Miss Boom Boom, exhibited by Rowan Langley of Camp Hill, Alabama. Again, congratulations to those F1 female exhibitors. And first place in Class 125 and automatic senior heifer calf division champion goes to entry number 5, FCC Hottie, exhibited by Lucy Ellen Lippert. Congratulations. And we're now ready for Class 130. Again, we're ready for Class 130 full-blood summer yearling heifers over in your Aberdeen show. And over in your Black Hereford show, we are working on our HX female division. Again, we are showing our HX females. Again, all those females were single entry, so this will be the selection of your grand champion HX female here on Broadbent Arena.
We got three class winners here, and we'll talk them here for our champion here in this division. Our first class here, again, love this one in her lines. She's so deep and good in her heart and her forerib, very strong in her spine, a long hip female there as well. That takes a good rear step and long and good and comfortable there. You know, she's just a little vertical there up front, but man, she does a good job of just having some balance and flow and symmetry and smoothness to that female as well. Maybe the most eye-catching one of the class winners is the one here out of this middle class. Again, even when you look underneath the awesome presentation, I think just her skeleton and her lines come together extremely well. She's got some flexibility there at the ground. Still one whose spine works well. There's boldness out of her rib cage. She's probably not as muscular as the heifer right there in front of her, but I still think that one's wide and stout enough when you get in behind her in terms of pin width. Like her moving and standing in terms of just her quality and her balance and presence. Female that comes out of this last class, really long-sided, very extended when you study her there up front. Again, another strong spine, long hip female. I like her bone. And she don't have the benefit maybe as much hair as the one in front of her, but she's still a big bone, big-footed type of a female there as well. She won't get on that heifer at all is when you get to this vantage point. She wants to run up in her flank just ever so slightly and be just a little deeper and heavier right there up front. But he does a good job keeping her head and neck up and out of her and giving you the right look from the side. You can maybe design her shoulder angle just a touch better as well. So three, I think, worthy representatives here. To me, the one here in the middle just sticks out with her look and her presence. She's going to be our champion. I'm going to use a heifer here out of that first class in terms of extra balance to be our reserve. But three nice heifers here.
And your grand champion HX female over in your Black Hereford show goes to entry number 15, or excuse me, entry number 80. GZF Red Girl, exhibited by Emily Woodward of Stiltwell, Oklahoma. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion HX female will go to entry number 78, 3C's SFF1 Final Ride, exhibited by Jake Cox of Haskell, Oklahoma. And first place in Class 16 will go to entry number 82, 3C's MO43 of Ringo, exhibited by Wheeler Allen of Lexington, Alabama. Again, congratulations to those HX female exhibitors. We're now ready for Class 23 over in your percentage female show and your Black Hereford show. And catching you up over in your full-blood Junior American Aberdeen show, first place in Class 130 goes to entry number 8, FCC Candy Apple, exhibited by Lucy Ellen Lippert. Congratulations. And placings in Class 132 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 10, UF Miss Lily, exhibited by Remington Card. And second place in that class goes to entry number 9, UF Miss Zara, exhibited by Colt Card. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready to select your junior yearling champion heifer over in your Aberdeen show.
Had a single entry here. She wasn't quite ready for the bright lights in the big city here, but boy, that one's neat to look at. You talk about an attractive one who you can just read a lot of future in this one. I think when she does get used to this show ring element, that one as a bred could be awfully hard to turn and competitive down the road. And so we'll get her in here with some company, get her settled down a little more, but a nice way to start this percentage show.
And first place in Class 23 over in your percentage Black Hereford female show goes to entry number 86, SKLN Miss Gold Dumbo, exhibited by Nora Burnley of Casdad, Ohio. Congratulations. We're now ready for Class 25 over in your percentage Black Hereford female show. And your junior yearling division champion over in your Aberdeen full-blood show goes to entry number 10, UF Miss Lily, exhibited by Remington Card. Congratulations. And your reserve division champion will go to entry number 8, FCC Candy Apple, exhibited by Lucy Ellen Lippert. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And now we are ready to select your grand champion full-blood Aberdeen female here in Broadbent Arena.
Another good trio here, and in the black and white one, we're going to start with not only is she the leader in volume, but we watch these girls get and go. I think her structured and comfort of movement still seems to be the best. You get in behind her skeleton and her squareness and dimension is still good. Still one that's thin neck and parks it on the front side of her body in an attractive enough manner. If you're going to get on that heifer at all, at times she can be just a little base wide up front in terms of the angle of her shoulder, but still a neat female. Heifer run here next in second. Again, nicely presented, but more so, love the boldness and spread out of her back and her rib cage. She's got some hip and thickness in her. Bone, in terms of density, is good as well. Maybe not the same kind of sleekness up front with the extra body shape we find in that class winner, but still a very good heifer in terms of comfort of movement and correctness as we get them on the go. This one here in third just gets a little more behind in terms of volume. She just kind of gets outmassed and outpowered in this crew. Beautiful up front in terms of the upper neck and headset, long in terms of her length and length of hip. I could like to just set her back and her shoulder and knee and make her just a touch more correct and comfortable in the way she sets to the surface. But I think a competitive trio of heifers here in this class.
And your grand champion full-blood Aberdeen female goes to entry number 5, FCC Hottie 406M, exhibited by Lucy Ellen Lippert. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion full-blood Aberdeen female will go to entry number 3, Neaferis, exhibited by Remington Card. Congratulations to those full-blood Aberdeen exhibitors. And placings over in your percentage Black Hereford female show class 25 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 9075, 3C's Miss Atlantis, exhibited by Riley Phillips of Watts, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry number 90, CT's Free Bird, exhibited by Briley Goody of Florence, Alabama. And third place in that class will go to entry number 89, TJF Wheezy Joe Temp, exhibited by JC Sims of Renzi, Mississippi. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is class 26 percentage Black Hereford females.
Interesting class, and I could sit and study and go back and forth. I could justify each one of these having class leading advantages, and each one of them maybe that I would change something about. But this one we're going to leave at the head of the line. I think she's the one that comes the closest to getting it right in terms of just her softness, smoothness, still pretty correct in terms of her skeleton. Does she need more power for me? Yeah, she does. But I think in this class, her balance and her symmetry and her movement is what allows her to lead up here. I follow with this heifer. Again, get in behind and on top of these cattle. She's just got more spread over her back and the boldness, her depth of body. But really, when we get these girls on the go, her looseness and comfort of movement, I think is more out of an advantage for her. The looseness of her spine and the way in which she goes. And she's able to keep her head, neck up and out of her shoulder in an attractive enough manner. She's got a little chest. She's got some extra set to her rear leg. But I think function and width, she comes closer there. We could change this one's front third of her body or give her just more depth to balance it all out. That one could be a contender. She's the biggest bone one out here probably. Her length is good. Just she's got a big noggin up there, and I think with that in combination with her being a little more tucked up in her body kind of leaves you what to wonder about that heifer. Probably the hardest one for me to figure out where to go is this one. We're going to end up being fourth. She's probably the one that's the truest and boldest in the shape of her body. Got the most muscle running up top. When we walk these girls around, though, she's the one I want to change the most in her angles. She's just a little straighter up there, a little tighter there in terms of her spine for me when she goes. I like to soften that heifer, but boy, in terms of just width and density, if you just placed it on that alone, maybe that's your class winner. So 4 heifers, you can do a lot of different things. That made the most sense to me. But I think 4 good heifers shown by 4 good exhibitors. Let's give them a nice hand.
And first place in class 26 over in your percentage Black Hereford female show goes to entry number 95, Tate's Jess 1DY1, exhibited by Sadie Jo Brown of Hardinsburg, Kentucky. And second place in class 26 will go to entry number 97, HFL Miss Ringo, exhibited by Danny Nunzel of Pluckerville, Texas. Third place goes to entry number 94, MKCC Burgess, exhibited by Sadie Jo Brown of Hardinsburg, Kentucky. And fourth place in that class will go to entry number 98, BCC K263 Hilton's Own, exhibited by Landon Hartsfield of Linville, Tennessee. And now entering the ring is class 27 in your percentage Black Hereford female show. Again, entering the ring now is class 27.
Got us another single entry here, extremely long-sided. I think a heifer with that length, there's still width, a base there. When you study her up front end from behind, she opens up good. She's got a good spread to her back there as well. If I could change anything about her, I like to just make her a little more feminine about her head and neck, and just make her a little neater to look at from that standpoint, but still a bold, stout one here to represent this class. I think a good bovine we got here in this class, a single entry. Talk about productive centered. This thing's incredibly productive centered. The right kind of rib cage and body to be that long, but yet to still keep it as good in terms of just her strength of lines and her conformation is what she does. A thick-ended female, and again, he tries to get that head up and out of that thing. She likes to be a little lazy, but as he gets her walking, that's probably where I like her best. She's so comfortable, so smooth, so correct in what she does with that added power and shape. Very nice animal here to be a single entry in this class.
And catching you up over in your purebred percentage moderator Aberdeen show. First place in Class 130 goes to entry number 20, MAA NAILE, exhibited by Wyatt Brock. Congratulations. Second place goes to entry number 22, RC Tigers Insight, exhibited by William Wadsworth. And third place goes to entry number 21, PNT Vodka on the Rocks, exhibited by Rainy Woody. And fourth place goes to entry number 23, MAA Nelly, exhibited by Wyatt Brock. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And first place in Class 131 goes to entry number 24, exhibited by Wyatt Brock.
Got another nice single entry. I like this one, Skeleton. I like the way she comes together in terms of just her look and balance out here. It's still one who's got the right kind of width and muscle. Boldness is good, but yet smooth in the way that muscle's applied onto her body. Still one whose bone reads correct and good in terms of her joints. If I'm going to get on that heifer at all at this age and stage in life, I'd like to soften that heifer just a touch in terms of her lower body and rib cage. But man, I love her length, like how her balance comes together. Another very quality single entry.
And please note, Class 131 was a scratch, so first place in Class 132 over in your Aberdeen show goes to entry number 25, CRM Hilborough, exhibited by Coley Hill. Congratulations. We will now be selecting your junior heifer calf over in your percentage purebred Aberdeen female show. And catching you up over in your percentage Black Hereford female show, first place in Class 27 goes to entry number 134, MCF M45 Hoosier, exhibited by Riley McIntosh by Dumpy, Indiana. Also first place in Class 28 over in your percentage female show goes to entry number 101, SKLN Flamingo, exhibited by Roy Burney of Kasdad, Ohio. And first place in Class 30 over in your percentage female show goes to entry number 102, BFA Gold Dust Woman, exhibited by Jersey Sims of Risney, Mississippi. We will now be selecting your Grand Champion Percentage Black Hereford female. Again, we're ready to select your Grand Champion Percentage Black Hereford female. And your junior heifer calf champion over in your purebred percentage Aberdeen show goes to entry number 20, MAA NAILE, exhibited by Wyatt Brock. Congratulations. And your reserve division will go to entry number 22, ROC Tigers Insight, exhibited by William Wadsworth. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready for Class 136 purebred percentage Aberdeen females.
Here in our champion of our percentage show, again, a nice set of them once again. Our D1, we flipped in line just to accommodate the youngster in this heifer, maybe her first time. Man, that one's got a world of potential. That kind of look and that kind of presence to one, I think is very exciting. Still love her squareness as you get in behind her and study her up top. Again, time will tell what she gets to become. You know, see how her structure catches up with her. But boy, that's a neat one there that's got the right kind of start. Our D2 that's up here in our front, just a definition of function. Deep body, bold made, but yet it still goes. Travels well, sets her hind leg down in a functional yet attractive manner. Get in behind her. There's still squareness and stoutness to her, but in a way that's still feminine and still maternal in a way in which it goes. Like I said, if we could just maybe make her a little more conservative in her front width every now and then, but boy, shoots a nice neck out of there as well. Really soft-sided heifer that came out of that next division. Very deep and very smooth. Like I talked about, for me personally, I like to power her up just a touch more, maybe make her a little stouter there at the surface, but still very good cattle in terms of function, look, and presence. A bold made one here that has some spread and stoutness to her. Just want to pretty her up and make her a little better there in turn from a femininity standpoint in her head, neck, and shoulder. Female that came out, another single entry, very dominant in body width. Just her rib cage and stoutness are all incredibly good. Still very sound and athletic to be carrying around what she carries around. Not as sleek as some, but yet it's still balanced. It's proportional. It still comes together quite well. And then the one that won that last division in class, again, long-sided, good in her upper top line, like her head and neck set, and still good on her feet and legs. Just wish she came with just a touch more bulk and body density as you really get down to it. So very nice set of them. Buddy, you brought a couple hammers to the show here. Going to use your big heifer here to be our grand here in this division. Our D2 that's all the way up front, she's going to be our reserve there. Let's give these guys a nice round of applause.
And over in your Black Hereford show, your grand champion percentage Black Hereford female will go to entry number 101, SKLN Flamingo 2403, exhibited by Roy Burney of Casdad, Ohio. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion female will go to entry number 9075, 3C's Miss Atlantis, exhibited by Rayleigh Phillips of Watts, Oklahoma. Again, congratulations to those percentage exhibitors. And over in your Black Hereford female show, we are ready for class number 34 of your Purebred Black Hereford female show. We're ready for class 34 Purebred Black Herefords.
brings another nice single entry here to our purebred version of this show. And man, she's neat to look at. You talk about a silhouette and a neatness and just freshness about her at this age. Her depth, her bone quality, and the way she gets and goes in terms of her skeleton. Got another nice one to start off with to grow out. Nice single entry to get this part of our show started.
And first place in Class 34 over in your Purebred Black Hereford female show goes to entry number 105, SKLN Candy Rhea, exhibited by Roy Brunner of Kasdad, Ohio. Congratulations to that exhibitor. Now entering the ring is Class 35 Purebred Black Hereford females. And over in your Purebred Percentage Aberdeen female show, first place in Class 141 goes to entry number 30, Rock Dandelions, exhibited by Lillian Wadsworth. Congratulations. Second place goes to entry number 33, CRM Sangria, exhibited by Coley Hill. And please note, class number 142 was a scratch, and first place in class 143 goes to entry number 35, MAA Monica, exhibited by Wyatt Brock. Congratulations. Now we're ready to select your champion junior heifer. And your division champion over in your Aberdeen female show goes to entry number 35, MAA Mona, exhibited by Wyatt Brock. Congratulations. And your reserve division champion will go to entry number 30, ROC Dandelion, exhibited by Lillian Wadsworth. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And we're ready to select your grand champion purebred percentage Aberdeen female here in Broadbent Arena.
Good pair of cattle we have here. I like both of these quite well. These just young ladies heifer, though, to win this particular class. I think she's got the advantage in just boldness from one end to the other, and then you get off to the side of them. She's just a little more tidy everywhere. Neater chested, just a little more attractive in her head and neck set. Still one for me that's just stronger right there behind her shoulder. She's got the advantage in heaviness of bone, still sets and good in terms of comfort of movement. You know, maybe this heifer up front that's in second is deeper, just a little softer all the way through, and I still love her flexibility and her comfort of movement and the way in which she goes, and she's still very, very high quality type of female as well. A little frailer in her bone, though, maybe just not as strong right behind her shoulder, neatness in her chest as what we find in this class winner. That's small things, though, but a nice pair here in this class.
And first place in Class 35 over in your Purebred Black Hereford female show goes to entry number 106, PPHBLK 2002 Sapphire, exhibited by Emily Woodward of Stitwell, Oklahoma. And second place in Class 35 will go to entry number 9073, PPHBLK D87 Sensational, exhibited by Mac McMurray of Watts, Oklahoma. And now entering the ring is Class 39 over in your Purebred Black Hereford female show. And your grand champion purebred percentage moderator, Aberdeen female, goes to entry number 20. Again, grand champion female goes to entry number 20, MAA NAILE, exhibited by Wyatt Brock. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion heifer will go to entry number 35, MAA Mona, exhibited by Wyatt Brock. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors.
I think two good kind of heifers here, and we're going to leave them like they came in. And the heifer that leads off, in so much presence and boldness and shape to that female, still has some bone to her there as well. Comfort of movement, I think is still okay there. You know, I could tone her down in her size just a touch more for me for her age. I could maybe reshape her feet and just give her a little more heel depth, but it's hard to get that kind of presence and look and boldness and still composition in one. She does a good job of that. This one here in second, again, I like a more moderate kind in terms of just her weight for her age, and just her body shape is still very, very good. It's a lot of smoothness to this heifer. She actually lands just a touch better off of her rear skeleton in my mind than even your class winner. For me, just doesn't come with the same kind of presence and boldness and shape, particularly out there her hip, as what we find in that one up front. So a little give and take here. I like the neatness of the one up front, but a nice pair of cattle.
And over in your Aberdeen purebred percentage, Aberdeen Steer Show, first place in Class 152, and automatic champion moderator steer will go to entry number 43, CRM Chief, exhibited by Coley Hill. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And that will conclude your Junior American Aberdeen show here in Broadbent Arena. And we will take a short photo break, and then we'll be moving on to your Open Aberdeen, American Aberdeen show. Again, we will take a short photo break, and then we'll move it into our Open American Aberdeen show.
Got a very stout and powerful heifer here to close this portion of our show. Again, lots of rib cage and boldness to this heifer, base width from one end to the other, but yet still sets her head and neck up there high on the top of that shoulder. I think the shape of her feet are still in check, still handles her front skeleton probably in terms of movement well. She starts to put on, again, a little more condition maybe up front in the brisket. More so for me, she gets just a little bit of a hitch and uncoordination off of her rear step. But man, that's a lot of power to carry around, still keep her body length in check, and have some look. So another nice effort here in this class.
And over in your Purebred Black Hereford show, first place in Class 41 goes to entry number 112, JBP Triple Lady, exhibited by Landon Ellison of Lexington, Alabama. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We are now ready to select your grand champion, Purebred Black Hereford female here in Broadbent Arena. Again, we're ready to select your grand champion, Purebred Black Hereford female here in Broadbent Arena. Again, I would like to reintroduce your Black Hereford Junior Judge here this afternoon, Mr. Brandon Kylas of Minco, Oklahoma. Again, he was a 2005 graduate of Texas A&M with the Masters of Animal Breeding and Genetics from Kansas State. Again, he's currently a professor at Redlands Community College, and he owns and operates BKC Cattle, or BKC Livestock, with his wife Kelly and 3 kids. Again, he has been blessed to short shows in over 30 states and 3 countries, and he's excited to be here on the Green Shavings. If you could join me in a round of applause and giving our judge, Brandon Callis, one more big round of applause. Again, now in the ring is the selection of your grand champion, Purebred Black Hereford female.
Got a very nice set of these purebreds. Again, we started off in great fashion. Again, set a high bar in terms of this skeletal correctness, her look, her femininity. I think that one's start in terms of her parts and pieces is very ideal for a heifer calf. And I still think one as green and skinny as she is, she just gets better from this day forth. I think her quality, though, her style and her presence is what keeps her being a contender out here, even though she's not as mature as what we have out in behind her. But a neat heifer here. Heifer that come out of this next class, again, that was a good pair of cattle there. I still love this one's boldness of center. Her muscle type she has, the amount of bone is good, still sets down good on her feet and legs. Still her head and neck sets there in an attractive fashion, and as we get them on the go, she still travels well. You know, was she as smooth-shouldered maybe as that heifer? Really, those other two younger heifers out here? Probably not. You could pick on her there, but still a very neat heifer in terms of boldness of center and still skeletal and flexibility. I think she's got a bright future as well. Really outstanding one, and just from the standstill, this heifer that comes out of this next division, really neat and attractive up front. Big scout hip in this female, and her boldness is good. Just depends on where you are in the structure. If you want to call it good enough, she may be your easy winner out here. I still want to maybe adjust her off either end, make her just a touch more conservative up front, give her more heel depth on her back feet to really make her ideal. But man, that's a neat one in terms of presence. Like I said, maybe just a little heavy for a May heifer for me personally, but still a neat animal in terms of just style and presence and what she can contribute to the next level. This one here out of that last division, again, she is husky. She is stout and she is bold, opens up from one end to the other. Again, her rib cage is good, chest width is good. Like I said, she has just a little uncoordination as she handles her rear step, starting to get just a little thicker at the top of her neck and her shoulder that takes away from her femininity, but that kind of goes that stout, powerful look that she has. Just want to see her more collected and correct off of her rear too. So really nice set of them here. Call me crazy. I like this one up front to be our champion here in this division. Young lady out of D2 is going to be reserved. But nice set of them. Let's give these purebred exhibitors a nice round of applause.
And your grand champion purebred Black Hereford female will go to entry number 105, SKLN Candy Rhea, exhibited by Roy Burney of Cads, Ohio. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion purebred female will go to entry number 106, PBHBK 2002 Sapphire, exhibited by Emily Woodward of Stitwell, Oklahoma. Again, congratulations to those purebred Black Hereford females. And now we're ready to select your supreme champion Black Hereford female here in Broadbent Arena. Again, we're going to select a supreme champion Black Hereford female.
I won't slow you guys down here, but again, thank the North American and the Black Hereford Association for allowing me to come sort through these. Had the opportunity to do these a few years ago there in Oklahoma at the Cattlemen's Congress, and what you guys have done in a short amount of time, you breeders ought to be commended, because this is absolutely outrageous, the jump and leap you have made in depth and quality as we bring them back out here. Again, know this young cat had an awesome day. He brought some awesome cattle to the ring, and really like the start that he has out here. But I do still think he bought one that fits me extremely well. Talk about brood cows, those that are basic and fundamental, but yet still have extras, yet still functional, yet still proportional in the way in which they do things. So congratulations to him for having all three. I do think he picked the best one to lead in is this bigger heifer here. She's going to be our champion here in our Supreme.
And your Supreme Black Hereford female here at the North American will go to entry number, coming out of your percentage female division, and we'll go to entry number 101, SKLN Flamingo 2403, exhibited by Roy Burney of Cads, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors, and congratulations on your Black Hereford female show. Again, we will take a short photo break with the judge here on your junior show, and then we'll be ready to move into your Black Hereford Open show. And we are ready to start your Open American Aberdeen show here in Broadbent Arena with Class 1 full-blood spring heifer calves. Again, we're ready for Class 1 over in your Open American Aberdeen female show here in Broadbent Arena. Again, now in the ring is Class 1 full-blood spring heifer calves. Would like to take this time to introduce your Open Aberdeen judge for this afternoon, Mr. Cole Kaufman. Cole grew up in Stanton, Virginia, showing Angus and Hereford cattle while being very active in livestock judging through 4-H and FFA, competing at many state and national contests. He continued his livestock judging career at Northeastern Oklahoma Community College and received his associate's degree in animal science. While at NEO, he competed on a very competitive team that placed in the top 5 at numerous national collegiate contests. Cole then attended the University of Tennessee and completed his education while majoring in animal science and minoring in agricultural business. Cole now resides in Livingston, Tennessee with his wife Taylor and manages Oakley Farms where they raise Angus show cattle. They have 2 sales a year selling show heifer prospects that will continue competing across the country at national levels. Oakley Farms has also campaigned several nationally competitive heifers over the years that Cole has been a part of the program. Cole's favorite part about his job is helping juniors find animals to fit their goals and continue to help them with their projects through the duration of their show career. If you could join me in giving Mr. Cole Kaufman a round of applause for being out here and evaluating your show on the green shavings. And placings in Class 1 over in your full-blood Aberdeen show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 55, UF Miss Yes I Am, exhibited by University of Findlay. And second place in that class goes to entry number 54, N.E. Nefarious, exhibited by Remington Card. And third place goes to entry number 56, N.E. Nasmas, exhibited by Remington Card. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 3 full-blood junior heifer calves over in your Aberdeen show. And placings in Class 3 over in your full-blood Aberdeen show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 58, UF Miss Lady 13A, exhibited by University of Findlay. Congratulations. And second place in Class 3 will go to entry number 59, UF Miss 72K, exhibited by University of Findlay. Third place in that class will go to entry number 57, ILC Noble Heart, exhibited by Ashley Lee. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now select your champion junior heifer calf. And your champion junior heifer calf will go to entry number 58, UF Miss Lady 13A, exhibited by University of Findlay. And second, or your reserve champion junior heifer will go to entry number 55, UF Miss Yes I Am, exhibited by University of Findlay. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 6 full-blood senior heifer calves. And first place in Class 6 over in your Aberdeen show goes to entry number 62, FCC Hottie, exhibited by Fanning Cattle Company. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is Class 7 full-blood senior heifer calves. Again, now entering the ring is Class 7 over in your Aberdeen show. And over in your Black Hereford show, after we finish up wrapping up junior pictures, we will be moving into your open F1 female show. Again, we will be moving into your F1 female show after we conclude some pictures. And we would like to take this time to welcome Lindy's Livestock Photos for being the official photographer here at the North American. Find all your backdrop and ring shots at lindysphotos.com. They do a great job supporting the North American and capturing key moments. So if you would, check them out at lindysphotos.com. And placings in Class 7 over in your Aberdeen show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 64, UF Miss Mustang Sally, exhibited by University of Findlay. Second place in that class will go to entry number 63, UF Miss Wendy 58G, exhibited by University of Findlay. We're now ready to select your champion senior heifer calf. And your champion senior heifer calf over in your Aberdeen show will go to entry number 62, FCC Hottie, exhibited by Fanning Cattle Company. And your reserve division champion will go to entry number 64, UF Miss Mustang Sally, exhibited by University of Findlay. We're now ready for Class 11 full-blood summer yearling heifers. Again, now in the ring is Class 11 over in your Aberdeen show.
Well, good afternoon. It's certainly a pleasure to be here today working the Open Black Hereford show. And, man, we get started off in a great way with this little F1 heifer. Really nice late spring heifer calf. Just impressive to me in terms of one that combines, you know, just this is where style and stoutness come together pretty nicely. Study her, just obviously like her symmetry and balance and eye appeal. But really impressed with her bone work, the amount of body width and shape she's carrying, and still, just to me, she has some bloom, but right on in condition relative to her age. Just a lot of good in that individual. Very impressive. Little guy's doing a great job presenting around here today.
And over in your Aberdeen show, first place in Class 11 goes to entry number 67, FCC Candy Apple, exhibited by Fanning Cattle Company. Congratulations. Now in the ring is Class 13, full-blood spring yearling heifers. Again, now in the ring is Class 13 over in your Aberdeen show. And starting off over in your open Black Hereford female show here in Broadbent, first place in Class 1 goes to entry number 50, SKLN Beautiful Eva, 2501N, exhibited by Rory Brimney and Skyline Farms Incorporated of Casdat, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 2 F1 Black Hereford females. I would like to take this time to introduce your open Black Hereford judge for this afternoon, Mr. Blake Nelson. Blake Nelson is from Platte City, Missouri, and Blake is the Executive Vice President of the American Maine Anjou Association. He grew up in a small eastern Oklahoma commercial cow-calf operation. As a junior exhibitor, he showed Brangus and Key cattle. He started his collegiate experience at Connor State College and finished at Oklahoma State University, where he was a member of the championship livestock judging teams and worked with both schools' cattle operation. After graduation, he had the opportunity to go back to Connors in 2000 and be an instructor and livestock judging coach. From 2005 to 2015, he was the Connors State College Director of Farm Operations, Livestock Coordinator position, which involved overseeing the bull test station, 250 head cow herd, beef show team, and working with the National Competitive Livestock Judging Team. Blake has production experience working with many breeds. Personally, Mr. Nelson feels privileged to judge many shows per year. Some notable shows that he has judged include the American Royal, the North American, the National Western, the Texas Majors, as well as Junior Nationals for major breeds. Personally, Blake and his wife Ruth have been blessed with two children, Paisley, 18, and Brigham, 14. His kids are very active in 4-H and showing cattle in Missouri. If you could join me in giving Mr. Blake Nelson a big round of applause for being with us here on the Green Shavings.
We're here in this spring class, really nice group of heifers. All three of these heifers, I think, have a lot of good and quality to them. It'll be interesting for you guys to see how they mature and come together because I think all three of them have that ability, depending on management, depending how things progress. They will all have their day to shine and win. But for me today, the heifer leads off, just gets there for a couple of reasons in my mind. I think when we set them in motion, we watch her come to the ground. Her flexibility in terms of just her ankle, her knee, her hock, the way she goes, that's where I think she has the true advantage of structure. We come on up from there, though, and she does paint you just a really nice maternal silhouette from the side. Very pretty up through that front end, like the way she ties in, blends in smooth, the way she comes in that top line, really level and neat there, and the way her tail head lays in her. I like the depth of body she has. To me, again, I think you see true depth of heart, depth of middle without excessive condition, and I appreciate that, especially for cattle at this age. I think she's right on in those terms. You know, where she maybe gives up just a little bit, she's maybe not as big boned or as thick, right down low as some of the heifers behind her, but I think she's got enough for me out here in this class today. Young lady's heifer we have in second. I do prefer some things about her over the one that follows her, just in terms of the way she handles her pastern and ankle. I think she gets around a little bit better in terms of her hock. I really like the natural thickness of this heifer. I like her boldness through her center body. You know, just getting into her, maybe not quite as just extended and neat neat in her front end and neat in her tail head as our class winner. But I like this heifer an awful lot. I would set her back in that knee and square up just a little bit on those front two. Young ladies heifer we have in third. This may be the stoutest one of the bunch. Just big bone, To me, bold-centered, thick-ended, a lot of density to her. I like those traits with her. Long side and a lot of performance. Just a little rougher build down through her lower shoulder and chest. Not quite as good in the way she handles that ankle and kind of sets them down hard on those back too. Really nice class there in this spring group.
And placings over in Class 13 of your full-blood Aberdeen show. First place goes to entry number 70, UF Miss Char 13E, exhibited by University of Findlay. Second place in that class goes to entry number 69, UF Miss Lily, exhibited by Remington Card. And third place in that class goes to entry number 68, UF Miss Zarla, exhibited by Colt Card. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 14 full-blood junior yearling heifers in your Aberdeen show. And placings over in your F1 Black Hereford female show, and placings in Class 2 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 51, B. N. Deddy, CBD Miss Jackson, exhibited by Avery Fingling of Admore, Oklahoma. Second place in that class goes to entry number 52, Purple HB Bonnie Iris, exhibited by Sammy Neff Peters Pold Herefords, Oxenwa, Wisconsin. Third place in that class goes to entry number 54, DAV 7077, Taken Jean, exhibited by Anna Kate Davis of Linville, Tennessee. Please note entry number 53 was a scratch. Now in the ring is Class 3 F1 Black Hereford females. And first place in Class 14 over in your Aberdeen show goes to entry number 71, UF Miss Brenton 05C, exhibited by University of Findlay. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We will now be selecting your champion junior heifer over in your open Aberdeen female show.
So get over here in our Black Hereford side. Really pleased with this class. High quality all the way through. There's not a bad heifer in the bunch. I'll just tell you the differences I see in them today. For me, the young lady's heifer I lead off with, I think you study that one, and she just comes out here. She's ready to come to town and show for me in terms of just condition. Our presentation out here. This is, to me, maybe a little more the more moderate size, big bred one here that's opened up with genuine width and shape. And oh, by the way, let's turn her to the side, and she puts together a really nice pattern and look. Appreciate all those things about her. As she comes to ground, she's not maybe quite as free-willing as that heifer right behind her, and that's where you tweak her just a nickel. I think she's sound enough, or I wouldn't have went ahead and stuck her there. But I do really like that one on the stand and like what she brings to the ring today. The heifer we have in second, that's one I think projecting her out. If everything comes, she could be an awfully good bred out here today. You know, this one's just a little more stretched out. If you look at her and you like her in terms of her flexibility and an angle to her joints down low, to me, just right through her center rib, that just hadn't quite come in her yet. I think when it does, Katie Bardador, that one's going to be awfully good. That's just where I'd tweak on her. Then we go to kind of the other end of the spectrum, the heifer that's in third. Again, we get into a pair of them here. I think just super good cowie type. I love the moderation, the rib shape, dimension that they have. I think they're both sound enough on their feet and legs. This heifer directly in front of me, I'd sure like to just clean her up down through her chest and extend her out a scotch up front, maybe smooth her up in the way she handles her tail head there, and we sure don't want her carrying any more condition than she does right now. The heifer just circled out, another one I like in terms of practical structure. She flexes, she goes. I like her rib shape and dimension. Just a nickel planer as you read her up through her chest and front end. Not quite as neat in terms of hooks to pins and just how that sets in her, but a really nice heifer. Next heifer in the line, a young lady's heifer. Man, this is a cool looking one. It's just ultra green yet, but very pretty up through her front end, big boned, highly clipped and presented. You watch her come at you or go away. Just a little too narrow gauge for me. I'd like to open her up. The heifer that wraps up the class. Another one's going to make a nice, useful kind in terms of body type. One that, to me, just reads a notch planer through that front end, wants to narrow up as you step in behind her.
And placings in class number 3 over in your F1 Black Hereford female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 55, Sammy PPHBLK 8017 Dolly, exhibited by Sammy Neff and Peter Spole Herefords of Onnequock, Wisconsin. Second place in that class goes to entry number 57, K&K Sedge N841, exhibited by Case and Cruz of Linville, Indiana. Third place in that class goes to entry number 2, 3C's SFFI Gucci Queen, exhibited by Mac Murray Ground Zero Farms, Watts, Oklahoma. Fourth place goes to entry number 58, 3C's SFF1 Bad and Bougie, exhibited by Landon Ellison and Triple C Black Herefords, Lexington, Alabama. Fifth place in that class goes to entry number 56, exhibited by Avery Flanagan of Admore, Oklahoma. And sixth place goes to entry number 59, exhibited by Grant Gardner of Lexington, Alabama. Now in the ring is class 4 over in your F1 Black Hereford show. And catching you up over in your Aberdeen show, your champion junior heifer calf will go to entry number And again, your champion junior heifer calf champion will go to entry number 69, UF Miss Lily, exhibited by Remington Card. And your reserve champion junior heifer will go to entry number 67, FCC Candy Apple, exhibited by Fannin Cattle Company. And first place in Class 18 and automatic division champion will go to entry number 74, UF Miss Surprise, exhibited by University of Findlay. Congratulations to those exhibitors, and we will now be ready to select your grand champion of full-blood Aberdeen female here on the green chips. Again, we're ready to select your grand champion full-blood Aberdeen female.
Real quickly, I'll get through this class and then yield to Cole, let him pick his champions. We get out here in this class, really one heifer to me just kind of dominates the group, just in brood cow type. Just big-bodied, opened up, voluminous, one that sure has as much body width and shape as any. With that, I think structurally you can still see she moves just fine. Maybe one of those, if anything, you're going to just pretty her up a nickel, you know, maybe just down through her chest and throat, over the top of her crest, and just smooth her up a nickel on that back side of her hock and through her tail head. But I think a really nice one there that gets up here from a practical standpoint. From there, the young lady's heifer next in the lineup. I like her just, and to me, just having the second most amount of density in terms of foot bone and body width, to me, gets a little off in terms of just how she hooks in right now. A little deeper through that chest, not as quite as neat tucked in at the top side of her shoulder and through her rump. But I think as this one just gets a little more flesh on her, maybe we connect the dots a little better. She's going to smooth up and look better for that young lady. The baldy we have there in third, that one's one for me. Comes at us really strong in her top line. I like the look she presents me from the side. I think there's just a shot more width in her than maybe the heifer that follows her. I would be the first to tell you I'd like to stouten her up down low and just drop her down that rear rib and flank. Then we have the little heifer that wraps up the class. This is a heifer that I think sure has some quality. She has some look from the side. Just to me, just too restricted and shallow in her rib yet today. Wants to close up as you get in behind her. She just needs more time, more groceries to come on and fill out to go along with all that pretty.
And placings in Class 4 over in your F1 Black Hereford female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 60, MCS Sky 124, exhibited by Emily Tabor at Night Shift Farms, Garfield, Kentucky. Second place in that class goes to entry number 64, YFNCC Miss Sadie 38, exhibited by Young Farms, Norman, Indiana. Third place in that class goes to entry number 65, 3C's MO52 of Hunting Lodge, exhibited by Wheeler Allen of Lexington, Alabama. And fourth place in that class will go to entry number 62, MKCC Halo, exhibited by Jeffrey Calvert of Anderson, Alabama. Please note entry number 61 and entry number 63 were scratches. We're now ready for class number 5, F1 Black Hereford females. And your grand champion full-blood Aberdeen female goes to entry number 62, FCC Hottie 406M, exhibited by Fanning Cattle Company. Congratulations.
As we get back over here on the Black Hereford side here in the F1 division, really nice female to lead off with in terms of just, to me, functional traits. She checks a lot of boxes starting at the ground. I think she moves really got a good sturdy foundation underneath her. We come up from there. This is a heifer to me that has some body width, really opens up good in her forerib. I like how she carries that through her center all the way back through her flank. Step in behind her, plenty of top and hip to go along with that. To me, just a lot of doing ability in her. As we turn her to the side, yes, she proportions in terms of waist distribution just fine. Would we pretty her up? I'd be the first to tell you I would. I'd like to pretty up her head. I'd sure extend out and clean that neck, just sweeten things up a little bit through that front third if I really want to get primed on her. But from her shoulder back, there's a lot of cow there, and she gets the edge for me today. Young man's heifer we have in second. You got to appreciate the length of spine in her. She's stretched out. She, on the other hand, is really feminine about her head and neck, and I like those traits about her. I just wish we had a tick more openness through that forerib and through her center body. Maybe just open her up a nickel in terms of just muscle and give her a shot more bone to complement all that length and stretch. As we get out in this class, really nice heifer to lead off with. I think that one gets your attention to me. Just a nice maternal look in her. And you see it, one of those that kind of starts with a nice kind of up-headed look through her front end, but then we come into a nice shoulder blade, comes back to a big old soft rib cage. I like that depth of heart, the way she carries it in her underline, the strength in her top line as well. And she gets out and moves just fine. I think you study her structurally. She takes a pretty long strack, you know, a little bit bigger maybe just on the backside of her hock and in her tail head. But again, being picky on one, I think puts a lot together. Young man's heifer we have in second. I appreciate the body volume, the thickness this one has. She's one that's pretty big top, thick rump, has some heaviness of structure to her. Just to me, just a little deeper up through her chest, maybe pushing a little more condition than ideal. Just not the smooth pretty package we find in our class winner, but still a heifer you can appreciate a lot of usefulness about. A single entry here in this particular class, and a really nice pair. I think you study the cow, you can appreciate one for me that is doing a good job and still maintaining just some bloom and freshness about her as you study her. Just one that to me is good in her center body. Nice extension up through that front end, has some angularity about her. You know, you watch her structurally, she takes a long stride, maybe a little extra set to that hock that's maybe not quite as aesthetically pleasing, but still very functional in the way she uses it. We go to her teat size and udder structure, doing a nice job with that little heifer calf at side. Yes, we might shorten up those teats a little bit. I think they're refined enough. I just like to see them a little shorter in their attachment. And then we get to this little heifer calf at side, and man, for 2 or 3 weeks old, she's one that's impressive. I think she's got a bright future ahead of her. I mean, a little heifer calf like that has a little stoutness of bone and some look to her already. Got to be excited about her future. So a nice pair for these young ladies. Let's give them a hand. Well, just a single entry here in this senior yearling class, and you know, find an individual here that you can find you like a lot about her. Like her in terms of just her size. I think this is a really stout-built individual in terms of some heaviness of skeleton, the right kind of spring and arch out of her spine in terms of her rib cage. I like how it has some flair to it. Very uniform and symmetrical in her lines as well. Step in behind her, enough width for sure, and just reads pretty true out through her pins. As we look at her on the side, she's one, you know, we might tune on her just a little bit, just maybe trim her up a nickel in that chest. And it's one of those things, you know, she's obviously my biggest thing on her relative to her age. I'd like to see her further along with calf. And, you know, being a September, I'd like her to not have one at side. Darn sure be spring and heavy. And I think if that was dropped, we would maybe notice that front end as much, but it's not yet. So we'd sure move her up in her gestation calendar just a little bit, and we'd neaten her up in that shoulder and chest for and the way she handles that shoulder when she gets out on the stride.
And catching you up over in your Black Hereford F1 female show, placings in Class 5 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 67, TCCAVT Miss Boom Boom, exhibited by Rowan Langley of Camp Hill, Alabama. Second place goes to entry number 68, BLZ Catherine DVGF, exhibited by Wheeler Allen of Lexington, Alabama. And placings in Class 6, first place goes to entry number 72, Soul Bell 4642, exhibited by Smith Black Hereford's Jenna Hemry of Newtown, Iowa. Second place goes to entry number 71, YFJCC Sissy, exhibited by Young Farms of Norman, Indiana. And first place in Class 7 over in your F1 show goes to entry number 73, DAV 7077 Buttercup, exhibited by Anna Kate Davis of Linville, Tennessee. And first place in Class 9 goes to entry number 74, BLZ Missy, exhibited by Jake Cox of Haskell, Oklahoma. And we are now ready to select your grand champion F1 Black Hereford female here in Broadbent Arena. Again, we're ready to select your grand champion F1 female. And over in your Aberdeen show, first place in Class 46, an automatic champion cow-calf pair, goes to entry number 99, NE Karma, exhibited by New England Beef. Again, congratulations to those cow-calf exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 1 over in your Aberdeen Open show with moderator spring heifer calves. Again, now in the ring is Class 1 moderator spring heifer calves in your Aberdeen show.
Well, as we get out here for our champion drive in the F1 division, a really good set of cattle, folks. I'm impressed with the quality you brought me today, and it's been deep. And I will tell you, like, I love a lot of these cattle. There maybe isn't one just to me daylights everybody. I think it's a very competitive group, and it looks like for the next full year and maybe then some, it's going to be that way too, because some of these young ones are extremely good. So just tell you some of the ones, and I'm going to run through your class winners real quickly. You know, we've got the little May there on my right. That heifer is one of those, man, super intriguing. I don't care what breed you want to make that one. She is really neat, like a cool looking one that's big boned, has as much natural width relative to side as anything in here, and still gets out in motors, and obviously highly presented out here today. The next heifer in the lineup circling out there, really like her in terms of her structure, flexes and goes, really freewheeling there. She's a heifer that's leveling her top line. She's deep in her side. You know, not the stoutest one in the world, and that's where you might just like to ramp her up a nickel in terms of just maybe bone and give her just a shot more of width down low. But I like that one in terms of maternal function. Young lady's heifer next lineup, another one of those on the stand. Boy, this one paints you a nice picture. You like her neatness of neck, her top line has some thickness and bone work to her, a little more upright and rigid on those front two, and that's where I'd change her up, set her back in that knee and in her shoulder blade. If we do that, and I think if you manage her and get those front feet trimmed properly and don't let her get too juicy on you, she can hold together. But that's still something that maybe bugs me just a little as we get out here in the drive. The heifer directly in front of me, we get to her, and just a real practical one, big bone, big bodied, has some thickness, just like to pretty her up a notch from the side. The little guy's heifer there, she's finally kind of chilled out and set up for him. Again, another one of those just ultra practical in her kind. You like her rib shape, her bone work, her thickness. Just gets a little too chuffy for me. Shorter neck, a little waistier in the way she ties that front end. She's another one of those I'd like to see her a little more elegant through that front third of her body. Young lady's heifer directly in front of me, another one of those that presents you some nice pieces, long necked, really extended, nice body mass to her, structurally not too bad. To me, maybe just a little off in terms of her balance when you see the chest in her and then the boldness about her tail head. I'd like to smooth both those parts up. She's another one of those, maybe could just have a shot more muscle as you get in behind her. Really nice pair like I talked about earlier. Would like to change that cow up a little bit on her hip and her hind leg and shorten her up in her teat size. Then her oldest heifer's as stout and massive as any in terms of thickness. Just like to see her maybe just freshened up a bit through that front third. Sure like to see her further along with calf. So again, outstanding lineup. I'm picking at some parts and pieces on some awfully good cattle. Just wanted to let you know where my head's at. If you would, give these exhibitors a round of applause. I'll go show you your champions.
And over in your Black Hereford show, your grand champion F1 female goes to entry number 50, SKLN Beautiful Eve, 2501N, exhibited by Roy Burney, Skyline Farms Incorporated of Casd, Ohio. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion F1 female will go to entry number 51, BNEDDY CBD Miss Jackson, exhibited by Avery Flanagan of Admore, Oklahoma. Again, congratulations to those F1 exhibitors. And catching you up over in your Aberdeen show placings in Class 1 over in your moderator female show. First place goes to entry number 104, Steel Brook Natasha, exhibited by Steve Hoffman. Second place goes to entry number 103, MAA NAILE, exhibited by Wyatt Brock. Third place goes to entry number 107, ROC Tigers Insight, exhibited by William Wadsworth. Fourth place goes to entry number 105, Steel Brought Knot, exhibited by Steve Hoffman. Fifth place goes to entry number 106, PNT Vodka on Rocks, exhibited by Rainey Woody. And sixth place goes to entry number 108, MAA Nezel, exhibited by Wyatt Brock. Please note, entry number 102 was a scratch. And first place in Class 2 moderator females goes to entry number 110, a Steelbrook Naila, exhibited by Steve Hoffman. And first place in Class 3 goes to entry number 112, CRM Hybera, exhibited by Coley Hill. And we will now be ready to select your champion junior heifer calf over in your maintainer show.
You know, we get over here in this FX division, and to me, I always enjoy looking at these cattle because to me, yes, they have the red factor, so they kind of look like Herefords, but you got the plus. You got the extra with them, and I think we see it in the quality of these animals. The January here on my right, these are all single entry division winners. This is our champion drive for this group, so I'm going to talk them accordingly. That January, I think that's a nice little heifer. I like her natural thickness. It's big back, thick rumped, good in terms of her bone. Heaviness of structure anyway, right on in terms of condition. I think relative to her age, that heifer has some lean, ties in pretty smooth, a little extra skin up front, not too bad. My biggest thing on her, I'd like to see her just get out and just go a little easier in their pasture and set down on a little bigger foot. But again, a lot of good in her, and one that is certainly a player out here. This dark red heifer circling out now, boy, she comes out, and to me, when she gets on the move, that's when you really like her. Just flexes and reaches and goes, very athletic in her movement, and then she gets her pulled aside and plants that profile. You're like, yep, that'll work. She's one that's sure thin and good over the top side of her neck, as smooth as you could make one from the point of her shoulder back through her tail head and pin set. Plants a very attractive hip and hind leg, you know, and maybe not the most powerful thing when you step in behind her, but enough for a female in my mind, and I really like this side view. We get to the oldest heifer out here, and that one you can appreciate for having some growth, some extension, some heaviness, some structure to her for sure. Just to me, maybe gets a little low in her neck hookup up front, not quite as free in the way she goes. I'd like to just see her maybe just softened up a little bit in terms of her rib cage and her structure if I want to make her more competitive in this group. So with that being said, really good group of FX heifers, not as many, but sure quality. Let's give them a hand. I'll show you your two champions.
And your grand champion HX female over in your Black Hereford show goes to entry number 80, GZF Red Girl, exhibited by Emily Woodward of Stetwell, Oklahoma. And your reserve champion goes to entry number 78, 3Cs SFF1 One Final Ride, exhibited by Jake Cox of Haskell, Oklahoma. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now move on to your percentage female show in your Black Hereford show. And first place in that class, an automatic senior champion calf, goes to entry number 113, MMA Miss Bell, exhibited by Wyatt Brock. Congratulations. We're now ready for class 11 moderator summer yearling heifers over in your Aberdeen show.
Well, we start off our percentage division of the show here, and man, another one of those late spring heifer calves. Just get your attention. Young lady's got her little heifer out here. I think she said her heifer's name was Dumbo because those ears, I think, are always perked up and alert. But man, she shows herself off. Extremely angular and refined through that neck, jawline into her neck and shoulder. Like the extension, the look she presents you from the side. To go along with that, she has some heaviness of structure, you know, and just she needs time. That's all she needs, because to me, it's like she's green, but you still see some true depth in her heart and midrib. You know that flank's going to come with some time, and as long as she goes ahead and matures into enough width from behind, man, that side view gets your attention. Looks like she's very athletic on the move. Great way to start off this particular class. Let's give this young lady a hand, please.
And first place in class 23 over in your percentage Black Hereford female show goes to entry number 86, SKLN Miss Gold Dumbo, exhibited by Nora Burney and Skyline Farm Incorporated of Casd, Ohio. Congratulations to that exhibitor. Now entering the ring is class 25 percentage Black Hereford females.
Well, we get out in this early spring class of heifer calves, and a nice group. For me, young man, sock-footed heifer, just gets out here and outmasses them today. I think you study her, not only is she the boldest centered and biggest bodied one, with that, she's one that does have the most natural width. She's big boned, and still, we turn her to the side. She has some really cool parts and pieces. I mean, she's still, for that kind of dimension, really long and extended through her front end. You know, at times maybe top line doesn't hold together quite as neatly as even the heifer right behind her, but I like that heifer, and I think she's got a lot of good to her. She's practical enough in her kind and body type, but to me, just enough pizzazz to get along in the show ring. From there, 2 and 3, you know, some trade-offs, but the young lady's heifer that pulls in next has a sheer advantage in terms of just body shape and base width and thickness. She's wider chested. She sure has more spring and arch through her center rib and thickness as you get in behind her. With that, we step off the side from her shoulder back, levels up pretty good. We'd be the first, I'd be the first to tell you, I'd clean her up a nickel just through her neck and throat. I would like to drop her through that rear rib and flank. Then the white-faced heifer that's third, one you sure like in terms of just smoothness, extremely refined in terms of her head, neck, and into her top line. But unfortunately, with that kind of pretty front end, just a little too narrow gauge, needs to be opened up, have more mass to her, and just to make her a little more competitive with that top pair of heifers.
And placings in Class 25 over in your percentage Black Hereford female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 91, 3C's Miss Atlantis, exhibited by Riley Phillips, Ground Zero Farms, Watts, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry number 90, CT's Free Bird, exhibited by Brayley Goody of Florence, Alabama. Third place goes to entry number 89, TJF Wheezy Joe Temp, exhibited by J.C. Sims of Rosny, Mississippi. Now in the ring is Class 26 percentage Black Hereford females. And placings in Class 11 over in your moderator Aberdeen show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 117, Steel Brook Marley, exhibited by Steve Hoffman. And second place in that class goes to entry number 119, GMC Nova, exhibited by Douglas Simpson, Grassmaster Cattle. Third place in that class goes to entry number 118, Steelbrook Magnolia, exhibited by Steve Hoffman. And fourth place goes to entry number 109, ROC Dandelion, exhibited by Lillian Wadsworth. Again, congratulations.
Out here in this class of these fall heifers, really nice female to lead off with. This one, to me, at times, maybe gets just a little piecey, but I think when she gets her stops and pulled together, you can appreciate what she brings to the ring. I think relative to the group, she's the one that does a good job combining some true width and shape to her body cavity and from a muscle standpoint, but still has a nice look from the side. Really good in her neck set, comes good through that front end. I think she's as square on her toes and the way she travels as any. We like her, again, in terms of that spring of rib, that thickness. When she gets on the move, maybe ducks her hip just a little bit and throws that hind leg up underneath her and maybe gets a little off in her top line. But when she gets her stopped there, gets her pulled back together, and a lot of good in her. From there, the young lady's heifer that we have right behind her, I really like this heifer in terms of just having some softness to her through her rib cage. You like her heaviness of bone, foot size as well. Pretty level in her top line. Be the first to tell you I'd like to just trim her up in terms of her jawline down through her chest. Maybe, I don't even know if it's so much you need to extend that neck out, is just clean her up a notch there. But do like that part of her. I think she is a little sounder in the way on her back too than the heifer in second. Now that heifer going out, she does want to maybe roll up just a little bit inside on that front toe. Young lady's heifer coming out next. She does a great job on the halter, young lady. Good job presenting her, getting the most out of her. That's a smooth top line, attractive pattern kind of a female there. For me, just gets a little too narrow as we read her from a skeletal width standpoint. I just like to stouten her up a notch and maybe even see her go just a nickel freer, particularly on those front two.
And catching up over in your moderator Aberdeen show, first place in Class 12 goes to entry number 120, CRM Sangria, exhibited by Coley Hill. And first place in Class 13 goes to entry number 121, ILC Nutmeg, exhibited by Idaho Livestock. Now in the ring is Class 14 over in your Aberdeen show.
So we get out in this pair of heifers here and find a really nice one to lead off. I think this one catches your eye. Just again, paint you a nice maternal picture from the side. Big bodied, extended through that front end. Everything flows together very smoothly from, just from her nose all the way back, shoulder blade into her top line. And no surprise, to be built that way, still structurally has that advantage. When she gets out and goes, she flexes and reaches properly. Doesn't overwhelm you in terms of muscle, but I think there's sure enough there. And she still has an advantage over the young man's Brockle-faced heifer in second. I do like the heaviness of structure in this young man's heifer. I like her levelness and symmetry in her top line. For me, another, just like to soften her up a little bit in that heart, back through her flank. Maybe gets just a little more rigid in the way she handles those front two. Nice job presenting her out here, bud. Let's give him a hand.
And first place in Class 14 over in your moderator junior yearling show goes to entry number 122, MAA Moana, exhibited by Wyatt and Brock. Congratulations. We're now ready to select your champion junior heifer over in your moderator Aberdeen show.
Get out here just a single in this April class, and man, what a heifer. I think she could hold her own against plenty and still rise to the top. Really impressive individual. I think you study her. Again, that's one of those that, to me, just has a nice Cali look with just that little extra, give her that show ring appeal. You study her in the way her just everything fits together. She's good and extended through her front end and ties in good at that shoulder, comes into her top line, but comes back to a big, real rib cage, not over conditioned. There's plenty of openness right there in her fore rib, the way she carries it back. I like her thickness, her bone work, and flex. Just a really good individual here to lead off this single entry class.
And catching you up over in your Black Hereford show in your percentage division, first place in Class 1 or Class 26 goes to first place goes to entry number 93, BFA Rocket Queen, exhibited by Bennett Farms of Williamsburg, Ohio. Second place in Class 26 will go to entry number 94, MKCC Burgess, exhibited by Sadie Jo Brown, Harnsburg, Kentucky. Third place goes to entry number 95, Tate's Jess 1DY1, exhibited by Sadie Jo Brown of Harnsburg, Kentucky. First place in Class 27 goes to entry number 97, HFL Miss Ringo, exhibited by Daniel News of Plainfung, Texas. Second place goes to entry number 98, BCC Case 263, Hilton's Own, exhibited by Landon's Hartfield Purse Show Cattle, Linville, Tennessee. First place in Class 28 will go to entry number 101, SKLN Flamingo, exhibited by Rory Brimey of Skyline Farms Incorporated of Casd, Ohio. Now in the ring is Class 30.
Just a single injury in this class as well, but a very impressive individual. I mean, this one right here is just chock full of stoutness and thickness as you get in behind her. Big backed, really thick out through her pin set and hip, and carries it down low, you know, with this a little heaviness of skeleton. You appreciate that. She proportions pretty good in terms of weight distribution to her body, but still might have her just hook in a little tighter and cleaner up front. Just the way she comes into her top line and just improve her a little bit in that pin set. I think my big thing on her, like I like that spring of rib and that dimension she has, but with that maybe just a little tighter in the way she handles her knee and hock, we'd free her up just a scotch there.
And over in your percentage Black Hereford female show, first place in class 30 goes to entry number 102, BFA Gold Dust Woman, exhibited by J.C. Sims of Raisinville, Mississippi. We're now ready to select your grand champion percentage Black Hereford female. Again, we're ready to select your grand champion percentage Black Hereford female. And I would like to take this time to make this announcement. The North American have something special for you tonight in the hitching post in front of the West Ring. The Kentucky Headhunters are in concert starting at 8 p.m., delivering their bluesy vocals and some of the hottest guitar riffs in the country music. The Headhunters have earned Grammy, CMA, and AMC awards for their distinct electric Southern rock sounds, but tonight is a kind of homecoming for this band from Edmond, Kentucky. It's a special free performance you won't want to miss. The opening act starts at 4. So again, they have a special concert tonight in the hitching post starting at 8 o'clock p.m.
Well, we get out here for our champion percentage female, and really good lineup again. Just not huge numbers, but I mean quality has been extremely good out of each division, and it cranked off with another one of those late spring babies that, to me, just really intriguing. This thing is rocket fronted, got a cool look, and I think that name the young lady's given her fits her pretty good because she keeps those ears perked up and stretched out there. But it's going to be fun to see how that one progresses, and if she feeds into enough body to go along with all that pizzazz and pretty, it's going to be impressive. Young man's heifer second in the lineup, sock-footed one. Really like a lot of parts about her. You know, she maybe just doesn't tie together, absolutely strong and just fluid in her top line. But that's a big body, thick-headed one that, to me, is as secure and square in the way she uses her feet and legs as any of them. Still has some extension up front. Just a lot of good in her. Like I said, we would just maybe level her up a nickel just in the way she comes from the point of her shoulder back through her pin set. Young ladies heifer directly in the line in front of me on the stand. I really like this one. I like her extension up front. Think there's some spring of rib and dimension to her. When she gets out on the go, maybe just a nickel coarser about her tail, head, and hock. Not quite as secure in the way she sets that hind leg down. I'd like to square up a nickel, but man, a lot of good in there, and she does an outstanding job presenting that heifer. Young lady here in the blue coat right in the middle with the heifer with the feather. Really like the practicality in her. A big ribbed one here. Sound enough on her feet and legs. Gets a little plainer down through her chest. Not quite as attractive as some. Might trim her up a nickel, and she does maybe just want to rock a little bit forward in terms of that knee. We get to the next heifer out here this April. Really impressive individual. Stoutness, style, look, function, practicality. You know, if you're going to get picky on one, might square up just a little bit in terms of her teat placement underneath. But man, that one's awfully nice. Then our oldest heifer there again. I like the body type. I like the thickness. Just to me, gets a little plain, a little deeper in her chest, not quite as good on the go. So again, outstanding lineup. Let's give them a big round of applause. I'll go show you your two champions.
And your grand champion percentage Black Hereford female goes to entry number 101, SKLN Flamingo, exhibited by Roy Barney, Skyline Farm Incorporated of Casdad, Ohio. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion will go to entry number 91, 3C's Miss Atlantis, exhibited by Riley Phillips, Ground Zero Farms of Watts, Oklahoma. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And congratulations to your grand champion moderator Aberdeen female, which goes to entry number 122, MMA Mona, exhibited by Wyatt Brock. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion female goes to entry number 121, Nutbag, exhibited by Idaho Livestock. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now moving on to your full-blood spring bull calves over in your Aberdeen show. Again, we are moving into your full-blood Aberdeen bull show. And over in your Black Hereford show, we are ready for your purebred female show to start. So we are ready for Class 34 of purebred Black Hereford females. And don't forget, out at the hitching post, there will be live entertainment at 8 p.m. from the Kentucky Headhunters. We do ask you guys, if you are interested in that, to go make your way out to the hitching post outside the West Wing.
just a single entry as we start off our purebred division of the Black Hereford show. And again, man, doing a great way. These folks that have brought these May babies in here are just outstanding heifer calves. And like I said, it's going to be fun for you guys as exhibitors. And for Ernie there as a breed exec, watch them mature, because I think they're good cattle with a little extra eye appeal. But very useful in their kind still yet. This one's got a really nice angular look through her front end. You like her structural base. To me, you know, she's right on relative to her age, condition-wise. Not overdone yet, still green. You see the potential in her. Just a really nice heifer. Little guy's done a nice job getting her presented out here. Let's give him a hand.
And back over in your Aberdeen show, your grand champion Aberdeen heifer, moderator heifer goes to entry number 122, MAA Moana, exhibited by Wyatt Brock. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion heifer will go to entry number 121, Nutmeg, exhibited by Idaho Livestock. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We are now ready to start your full-blood Aberdeen Bull Show. Again, we're ready to start your Bull Show here in Class 23. And over in your Purebred Black Hereford female show, first place in Class 34, we'll go to entry number 105, SKLN Canada Rhea, exhibited by Roy Burney and Skyline Farms Incorporated of Casda, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 35 in your Purebred Black Hereford show.
Get out in this pair of heifers, and I think trade-offs. That's a close pair, both good in their own right. Just a little different maybe in what they bring to the ring. For me, the young lady's heifer I'll lead off with. A couple of places I like her better. I think she's sure a little more flexible and correct in the way she uses her knee, her ankle and hock, and has a shot more bone and foot size underneath her. We come up from there, and she does read with just a little more true shape in terms of just spring of rib through her center body and dimensions you get in behind her. You know, you study her, and she's sucking back on the halter right now. She pulls her together, showing her and gets her looking pretty good in terms of levelness and smoothness in her top line. She is a little deeper in her neck, and I'll be the first to admit that. That's where you might just change her up a little bit. That's where the little guy's heifer, when he does get her set up and get her head up and really presented, she's a pretty little rascal. She is one that's refined about her head. You like the neatness and character about it. Comes into her top line. You like her depth of heart from the side. Just for me, you know, I'd just like to just see just a nickel more punch in terms of muscle and bone work to go with that, because I do like her on the profile. Two nice heifers there. The trade-off for me, the extra flexibility and bone, gave the edge to the other heifer today.
And placings in Class 23 over in your full-blood Aberdeen show are as follows. First place goes to entry number 81, Steelbrook Nash, exhibited by Steve Hoffman. And second place in that class goes to entry number 80, N.E. Notorious, exhibited by Colt Card. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And first place in Class 24 over in your full-blood Aberdeen Bull Show goes to entry number 82, UF Google Me, exhibited by University of Findlay. Now in the ring is Class 25.
Back over here on the Black Hereford side, again, a really nice pair of mays here. I think they're a little different, maybe their types and kinds, but both cattle that have a lot of positive to offer. For me, this heifer that leads off, just a shot more extra just presence about her. I mean, she's one of those very proud, the way she carries her neck, head, and that front end comes into a good, nice level, smooth top line, and one that has some bone work in terms of just density of bone. You like there's enough thickness there. You know, the big thing on her is on the stands where you can really dig her. When she gets out and goes, gets a little tighter in the way she handles her knee and honk and more upright in her angles. I just like to flex her and reach her a little better when she gets on the go. But, man, standing there, paints you a really nice look. I bet when that one starts uttering down, she's going to be a tremendous silhouette of a cow when it's all said and done. Young lady's heifer that we have in second, I like the extra flexibility and usefulness she has to her feet and legs. I think this is a little more moderate-sized, big body kind of a heifer. Just to me, gets a nickel planer as you study her up through her front end. Not quite as attractive there, not quite as square and neat in terms of just width and shape as you get in behind her. Nice pair of heifers there in that class.
And catching you up over in your Black Hereford female show, placings in Class 35 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 106, PBHBLK 2002 Sapphire, exhibited by Emily Woodward of Stetwell, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry number 35, excuse me, goes to entry number 9074, PPH Black DV87 Sensational, exhibited by Mac Murray, Ground Zero Farms of Watts, Oklahoma. And placings in Class 39, first place goes to entry number 109, SKLN Melody 2406M, exhibited by Nora Barnley, Skyline Farms Incorporated of Casd, Ohio. Second place goes to entry number 110, TJF Betty Sue, exhibited by JC Sims of Original, Mississippi. Now in the ring is Class 40.
Get out here in a single entry on our Purebred Black Hereford side. Really like this female that leads off. She's another one of those. She could hold her own against plenty, I think, and still surface. I think you study her. There's plenty of cow character, and there should be at this age. You should start seeing some broodiness, some center mass, and seeing how she's carrying all that structurally. I think, you know, for the kind of spring she has and depth, still gets out there and flexes and reaches pretty good on those back two. You know, up front, maybe just pushed a nickel forward in her knee, but not bad. Then we get her on the profile, long and extended, really extended through that front end. Be the first to tell you, might trim her up just a nickel in terms of condition there. I would like to improve her in terms of her teat spacing and just placement there in terms of her udder. Nice heifer.
And first place in Class 40 over in your Purebred Black Hereford female show goes to entry number 111, SBH 74372245. Candid, exhibited by Smith Black Hereford's Jenna Hemben of Newton, Iowa. Now in the ring is Class 41 over in your your Purebred Black Hereford female show. And placings in Class 25 over in your full-blood Aberdeen Bull Show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 84, ILC Natural Ice, exhibited by Idaho Livestock. And second place in that class goes to entry number 83, UF Money on the Rise, exhibited by University of Findlay. We're now ready to select your junior bull calf champion.
A single entry here in our last division in the Purebred Black Hereford female show, and you know, this one comes out here and, you know, positives on her. I think there's plenty of body mass and density through that center rib. Sure, some dimension as you step in behind her. We turn her to the side, you know, and she still doesn't move too bad for that kind of mass. I just like to see her more feminine up through her head and neck, and just see her maybe a little further along with calf relative to her age, just a little more of that barren look about her head and neck, and not being further along. That's where you'd improve that. But man, you got to appreciate some of that value she has. She transmits that. She should sure make some stout progeny when it's all said and done.
And over in your Purebred Black Hereford, the female show, first place in Class 41 goes to entry number 112, JBP Triple Lady, exhibited by Landon Ellison, Triple C Black Herefords of Lexington, Alabama. We're now selecting your grand champion Purebred Black Hereford female here in Broadbent Arena. And your champion junior bull calf goes to entry number 84, ILC Natural Ice, exhibited by Idaho Livestock. Congratulations. And your reserve division champion will go to entry number 81, Steelbrook Nash, exhibited by Steve Hoffman. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready for Class 29 full-blood senior bull calves over in your Aberdeen Open Show. Again, we're ready for Class 29 full-blood senior bull calves.
We get out of here for our champion, Purebred Black Hereford female. Really interesting drive. I think a lot of good cattle, little differences in shapes and sizes, maybe what they each bring to the ring. You know, we start with that little May heifer calf. And as I talked to her earlier, I think that one's a dandy. She's one of those just, to me, has that presence about her up through her front end. Still, you read just enough rib cage and width in her yet, although she's ultra green. Structurally, I think right now, everything looks like it's put together right. And she presents you, man, just a really neat look there. We go to the next Hereford lineup. I believe she was maybe a March. She's one I like, and that was a good pair of heifers in that class. I like that March heifer from her shoulder back in terms of having some bone to her, spring a rib. You know, dimension not overwhelming, but enough. I do like that shape through her rib cage. I liked her soundness advantage in that class. You know, that heifer balances out. She's not maybe just sleek up through her neck as some. That's where you'd change her. But I do think maybe as she matures and gets a little more to her, that's still going to proportion and balance. As we get back to this next oldest heifer here, I think another one of those mays that you like her awfully well in the stand. I mean, she is cool-necked. She is thick for how neat she is from the side. But when she gets out and goes, just a little too rigid for me in her knee and hock. Like to see her flex and reach and go just a little easier if I'm really going to get primed up on that one. Next young lady's heifer in the lineup. Just, again, I just said that, real practical in her kind. Big-bodied, sound structured, plenty of look. You know, we maybe got the biscuits burnt just a nickel on condition, and that's something I'd change, but I'd tell you it's a lot harder to make them better and good than it is to make them skinny or fat. And that's one of those things. You could trim that up just a nickel, and I think she looks that much better, but that's still good cattle in my mind. I like the practical traits with just a little more show ring appeal that she puts together. Then our oldest female out here, like I said, you can appreciate the body shape, the thickness she has and mass. Just like to see her further along with calf and a little more just feminine in her overall feature. But I'm going to get really jacked up on her today. Good lineup to me. Very impressive in terms of the quality of the cattle you guys have brought. Let's give these purebred exhibitors a big round of applause. I'll go show you my two favorites.
And first place in Class 33 and your champion junior bull calf goes to entry number 90, N.E. Mayhem, exhibited by New England Beef. Congratulations. And first place in Class 35 and your reserve division champion will go to entry number 91, UF Trickster 08M, exhibited by University of Findlay. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 40 full-blood senior yearling bulls. And over in your Black Hereford show, your purebred grand champion female will go to entry number 111, SBH 7437, 2245 Candy, exhibited by Smith Black Herefords and Jenna Hemman of Newtown, Iowa. And your reserve grand champion will go to entry number 105, SKLN Candy Rhea, exhibited by Ronnie Burney of Skyline Farms Incorporated of Casd, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready to select your Supreme Champion Black Hereford female. And first place in Class 40 and automatic champion junior bull will go to entry number 94, UF Maserati 54L, exhibited by University of Findlay. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready to select your grand champion full-blood Aberdeen bull.
Well, as we get over here real quickly for our Supreme Champion Black Hereford female, guys, I know we still have bulls yet, but I got to tell you, it's been impressive. I've had the chance to judge some of these Black Hereford shows through the years, and to see what you guys as breeders have done, the progression in your cattle. You know, they were practical cattle in the beginning, but you guys put the extras to them and still kept them functional, and my hat's off to you. Very impressive, you know. And we start here with our F1 heifer. That little heifer calf, man, she's a rock star. It's going to be fun to see how she matures out here today. Looks like all the pieces and parts are there for success. She just needs TLC, and I think she'll get that, and see how she comes together. Our percentage heifer, to me, she's an extremely good one that's already there in terms of just her presence, her mass, her body type, her feet and legs. A lot of function and still plenty of eye appeal for a show female, and to me, feminine character about her. Then our purebred female, I just talked about her, you know, still pretty useful in her kind in terms of structure, shape of rib, dimension to her, clean up through that front end in terms of up high, gets a little chesty there and maybe could just roll out that shoulder a little easier, but I think an awfully nice female. Tremendous show in terms of the female side. I think you guys are doing a great job. Keep charging on. I'm going to go out and select your Supreme Black Hereford female.
And your Supreme Black Hereford female will come out of your percentage female show with entry number 101, SKLN Flamingo 2403M, exhibited by Rory Burney of Skyline Farm Incorporated of Casd, Ohio. Congratulations. And your grand champion full-blood Aberdeen bull will go to entry number 90, NE Mayhem, exhibited by New England Beef. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion full-blood bull will go to entry at number 91, UF Trickster 08M, exhibited by University of Findlay. Congratulations to those bull exhibitors.
As we kick off the bull show on the Black Hereford side, out here, young ladies bull, the leads off. I think today, for me, he's just the one holding together a little better, just in the way he's built. You watch him structurally, I think he flexes and reaches a little better. He has an advantage in testicular size. It's a long, extended, growthy kind of a bull, and you can appreciate that. But, you know, no surprise. You see that masculinity about his head and see that read through as well in terms of just studying a scrotal. Where you change him up, I would like to level him up from hooks to pins and square him up just to nickel on those back two, but I think really solid there. The young man's bull in second. I do like some parts about him. I think he's a little more rugged in his bone work. I like his body mass and shape. I like all those parts. For me, just maybe not as neat in the way he hooks up in his shoulder, not quite as good from hooks to pins in his tailhead, but I think when that bull does relax, we maybe can get him pulled together a little better. There's trade-offs in those two cattle. Both, to me, have some positive reading value to them.
And over in your percentage Black Hereford Bull Show, placings in Class 52 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 116, PLEMWY Sassy Shift, exhibited by Sadie Jo Brown of Hardinsburg, Kentucky. And second place in that class will go to entry number 118, YF Mr. Juice 88, exhibited by Young Farms of Norman, Indiana. Congratulations.
Just a single entry in this fall bull class, and you know, we study this guy, and one that has a pretty good balance look from the side, proportions out pretty good. He's long-sided. He's one with that, to me, is pretty good in terms of his depth of heart and the way he carries it through his rib cage. Scrotal not too bad there. Maybe could carry him a little more even. My big thing for me, I just like to stouten him up a little bit in terms of his foot and his bone size, and see him just set down a little more comfortably on this pastern. But on this stand there, she does a nice job getting him pulled together and presenting you a good pattern.
And over in your moderator Aberdeen Bull Show, first place in Class 23 goes entry number 129, Napoleon 6N, exhibited by Wyatt Brock. Congratulations. Now in the ring is Class 24. And first place in Class 24 over in your moderator Aberdeen show goes to entry number 130, ROC Hathorn, exhibited by Lillian Wadsworth. Congratulations. And catching you up over in your percentage Black Hereford Bull Show, placings in Class 54 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 122, NSF Willie Coop, exhibited by Emily Tabor, Night Shift Farm of Garfield, Kentucky. Please note entry number 120 was a scratch. Now in the ring is Class 56 percentage Black Hereford Bulls.
We get out here a pair of these bulls and two nice cattle. I think, you know, both of them to me have some good to them. The young man's big bull here, boy, he comes out here and that's a powerhouse. Now, you study him, just, again, masculine about his head, rugged in his bone work and feature. You love the boldness and trueness of composition in terms of his rib shape, his muscularity and dimension he's carrying. Very impressive there. We watch him structurally, you know, and he flexes and reaches very good off his back, too. At times on those front two, maybe pushed just a little bit forward in his knee and shoulder, but I think a really good individual there that, again, like that extra punch and power he brings to the ring. Young ladies bull we have in second. This is a good dude. You know, he's just not quite in show rig right now, but big-footed, very flexible in the way he goes. I like his testicular carriage just a little more even and correct there. You know, he's just a little harder right there in his heart and through his center, but, again, one that balances up pretty good. Really like his athleticism. Nice pair of bigger bulls there for those two.
And first place in Class 25 in your moderator Aberdeen Bull Show goes to entry number 131, ILC No Mercy, exhibited by Idaho Livestock. And second place in that class goes to entry number 132, CRM Frost, exhibited by Coley Hill. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready to select your champion junior bull calf.
Just a single entry in this age bull class, but man, a really impressive individual. I mean, you look up massive in the dictionary, there's going to be a picture of him just tremendously big in terms of his just center body mass, big top. You get over him, read him back through his rump, very impressive there. And for that kind of mass and shape and dimension, still blends his shoulders into him pretty smooth. I can appreciate that, the way that ties. You know, and gets out and goes pretty good. Pretty good in terms of his foot shape. I like his scrotal development, obviously. You know, as he is just, well, if you're going to tune on him, we'd lift him up in that chest floor just a little bit, maybe just raise him in his pin set. But again, that's being picky on some cosmetic things. I think in terms of just, you know, beef-making type machinery, he does that awfully well. Really nice individual in this class.
And your champion junior bull calf winner goes to entry number 129, Napoleon 6N, exhibited by Wyatt Brock. Congratulations. And catching you up over in your percentage Black Hereford Bull Show, placings in Class 56. First place goes to entry number 125, PSC CX Xavier, exhibited by Landon Hartsfield Purist Show Cattle of Linville, Tennessee. Second place in Class 56 goes to entry number 124, TJF Walker M15 8E, exhibited by JC Sims of Renzname, Mississippi. And first place in Class 57 goes to entry number 126, SFF1 3C's Last Main Standing, exhibited by Landon Elson of Triple C Black Herefords, Lexington, Alabama. We are now ready to select your grand champion percentage Black Hereford bull here in the North American.
Well, guys, as we get out here, you know, in terms of bull show, again, not huge numbers, but good animals. I think all cattle you can punch in different spots and use them in different scenarios and just use what you need because, you know, our young lady's calf, he wasn't wanting to lead out quite well, but that dude patterns up pretty good. Really like his proportion and balance. Just needs that time to man up, and he's got plenty of it to come on. Young lady's fall bull that we had over there, as I stated, I like that bull in terms of his balance and proportion, his depth of side. Just like to give him a shot more power in terms of bone and just width. But again, really highly presented. She does a good job showing him out here, and appreciate that. Young man's bull, he kind of laid down on him, but just glad those two big bulls hadn't squared off. But you study that one, and you're impressed with his body shape, his natural thickness. That's a beef bull in my mind. Again, I think he's pretty athletic in terms of the way he moves out of his back wheels. Might just set him back in that shoulder and knee just a little bit, but ties together pretty smooth. I do like his composition and the trueness of shape you have in him. Might just like to see him carry those testicles just a little more uniform and square. Then we got the big beef machine here that's rolling around now, and as I stated, to have that kind of mass and get out and go is impressive, and he does it with some natural thickness. And to me, again, maybe not just that cool chested and necked one, but for a man, he looks like one that proportions, puts it all together. I think you know who I'm going to use for champion. Before I go slap him, let's give him a big round of applause.
And first place in Class 33, an automatic champion junior bull over in your moderator Aberdeen show goes to entry number 137, WDY Rockin' Quincy, exhibited by Rainey Woody. Congratulations. And congratulations to your grand champion percentage Black Hereford bull, which will go to entry number 126, SFF1 3C's Last Man Standing, exhibited by Landon Ellison of Triple C Black Herefords, Lexington, Alabama. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion bull will go to entry number 125, PSC CS Xavier, exhibited by Landon Hartsfield of Purist Show Cattle of Linville, Tennessee. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now be selecting your purebred Black Hereford bull.
Well, we get out here, single entry in our Purebred Black Hereford Bull Show, and a good single entry. Again, I think just real, to me, functional, useful in its kind, big-bodied, massive middled, a lot of thickness to go along with that, and true red meat. You see it in his top, you read it out of his spine, back through his hip, carries it down low. You know, you watch him move, and he takes a long stride and flexes and reaches. You know, once a twist, I mean, a little bit on those front two. Again, you think you study him, you might just like to level him up or neaten him up here or there. But I think for the kind of mass he's carrying, still ties together pretty nicely. Good individual here to be our Purebred Black Hereford Bull.
And again, first place in Class 69 and automatic grand champion Purebred Black Hereford Bull will go to entry number 133 SFF1 3Cs last night, exhibited by Landon Ellenson of Triple C Black Herefords of Lexington, Alabama. Congratulations. We're now ready to select your Supreme Black Hereford Champion Bull.
So we get out of here for our Supreme Black Hereford Bull. Again, good individuals. We had these two bigger age bulls, and then that bull that was our reserve percentage, all good cattle. You get out here with these two big guys, a lot of mass, and to me, pounds in these cattle. That percentage bull, I think, just holds it all together a little more neatly in terms of his balance. He's a little more athletic on the go. But two cattle here you can appreciate a lot of good and usefulness to and breeding value in. My hat's off to you guys. I would tell you, like I stated in the female show, really impressed with how far the breed has come. I would tell you, you guys got a great hire in Ernie and him leading the way, because I can tell you, I talk to him occasionally. We're colleagues. I do the same thing for the main breed, but he always wants to do the right thing by you, and for your cattle, and he puts his heart into it. So try to hang on to him. But I did want to brag on him, because he definitely will think things through and try to make the right move on your behalf. So thanks to the young folks that helped me in the ring. Appreciate that. The announcers and crew. It's been a pleasure. I'm going to go out and select your Supreme Champion Black Hereford Bull.
And your Supreme Champion Black Hereford Bull will come out of your Percentage Bull Show on entry number 126, SFF1 3Cs Last Man Standing, exhibited by Landon Ellison of Triple C Black Herefords of Lexington, Alabama. Again, congratulations to those bull exhibitors. And congratulations to your Black Hereford exhibitors for a successful show here at the 2025 North American. And congratulations to your grand champion moderator bull over in your Aberdeen show, which will go to entry number 129, Napoleon, exhibited by Wyatt Brock. Again, congratulations. And we will now be selecting your supreme overall in your Aberdeen show.